normal registry. On the ground fight, so that is my favorite on that. Like, I don't know. I don't like. It's the only thing I want to I'll say I go once right now. I don't. Oh, yeah, very well, maybe very. But I thought you didn't think everybody could go out. It's not good thinking. The fuck no, it's just thinking. Anymore, I'm all. It's good to be over or nearly over. So it's not. I fight from the same matter. Well, yeah. That was good. You're right. You're true. And I went to the day. I don't know. I went to school like here. I had right. Doesn't have to be able to say. Oh. I think definitely. Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, like the way I connect you is like that's the very possible. Yeah, okay. Just so it is. And that's it. I think it's so much easier to get on in practice. I don't know, like, I really, like, if we're talking open, I know they're doing all the next thing, but, which you need to talk about. You get my think of yes, it's big on the company that's around the gate. Over there, I'm like, one girls, right now, and like, I imagine together one post. I don't know, it's nothing. 500 total, but you get us have and it goes after. So, yeah. The one was zero, it's not on the best, the sound of that. I think the street itself. Is that pretty good right now? With one really pretty much better. That's fine. That's okay. I believe this will be covered by the
Down there anyway.
Yeah. We're happy.
So what I do, I would like to suggest though for the person sitting at this side is that they play a little bit more towards the left.
Okay, cool. I'll tell them this.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can also go over and tell them this as well.
Yeah.
We'll discuss once the round starts.
Yes, and after that, I would like to check it on the screen itself, see what on the counts. Also. And from the back. Yeah. The other fun side of the TV with the. Can you everything out guys, I'll do it again, right? I'll do it again. What would it be? I can see. So, you can make a little bit. And then that's for everything. You can only put 0 so you get 0 points. Yes. I also want to I also raise my up. I know you're right around here. People are not in the numbers because we've been registered and it's fun. Oh, the doctors are for,
Yeah.
In America, those 8 of the best people on the maar ik ben opzet van even de beste keer van de dag. Meestal. Ik hoop dat de internet hier weer aanblijft. Zodat boter dat iets aan de nek, maar het land dat aan de nek voor.
Maar het is dat ik nou helemaal aan de
en wij kennen die Nederlandse spelen, maar ik ben waar. Ik moet. En daar. Yeah, of course. I was thinking of we are a bit expensive, but it's okay. Yes, I mean, this is going to be a long night. Yeah.
Even he's the like that out here that you're ready to get it. I'm going to have that. Yeah, that's the road. Some close.
Well, it's not something you can't put the. Yeah, but it's probably a little You're call me, by the way, but it's I yesterday at the moment. Yeah. You're gonna call me on the game. I don't know, you know, they took the college ball, you make those, for you. Make your knowledge is like. Dit is bestaat, ik heb één iemand daar die dit te lezen met alle van, ja, ik heb dit nu echt, ik er wel van. En daar komen we dan weer van, ja, ik had het ik had het afgehaald. En dit is allemaal, zeg maar, niet lukken in zelf, maar de stuur die eigenlijk ook de staat erboven. En daar is ook de staat heeft ik. Dus dat, ze willen alles centraliseren naar het cent en daarmee eigenlijk gewoon de meest belangrijke vormen doen. Eigenlijk waardoor je alles een stuk minder bekend, zeg maar, en eigenlijk alles een stuk minder is. En dat soort dingen, dat ik nee, maar dat is wel waar. Als je naar de programma kijkt, dan is dat wel een beetje waar het niet maar dat is het makkelijk. Dat is geïnteresseerd in één plek, ook heel voor management is één wat management is heel makkelijk, maar voor de meeste evenementen als je de hele tijd niet zo nou, ik wil gewoon de kraan zitten en precies dat niet los ja. Ja, ik wel. Dat eigenlijk de spelen die daar eigenlijk door het van het dat daar uit moet je weten naar
Okay, for money, you go to the back, right?
Hey, that's how I play my next day.
What do you, what's the name of Ja, like, no, ik heb wel wel, ik ben niet, maar ja, we pakken alle dingen op en daar niet veel groter Are we? Yes, we are. I would like to, I would like for everyone to stand around me more freely. Okay. So I'm gonna go by the judge table, I recommend that everyone takes a nice little circle around me. I'm gonna be multitasking as I always do. But first off, I do have to say a warm welcome to you all. Thank you all for joining us.
All right, we might be in. I think we might be in now. Test, 1, 2, 3. Nice.
Beginner, getting started. So that'll be the case. It's very nice to have you all here. And a few things. So first off, there are a lot of people with different experience levels here today. So, and also a bunch of different backgrounds, etc. So I really request that you be patient. And that also, if you are new to this, maybe try to ask your opponent exactly what you did wrong, what you can do for what you can do better, and things like that. Because at the end of the day, despite this being a tournament environment, it is also a learning experience. The second thing that I have to say is that yeah, this event is sponsored by Blueshell, but not to get around the boss.
Test.
Okay, I have a bunch of these prizes that would be walking around with. If you are responsible for helping in this event, I would like you to raise your hand. So there you go, raise your hand as well, and then go to this.
Okay.
Okay, so those.
Test into the.
At the very end, maybe I'll figure something out. And yeah, the cards that are promos today are Aegis Turtle, represents the Blueshell, the blue turtle, and then the Fanaat, the dragon, and that's how we run. So yeah, I'll give them to everyone. For the advantage track, I'm going to public a family for now. But I would like to give a warm welcome to Fabio and Gordon, because they would like to put a feature event today. So. We can promote both of this, so you'll be right. There's been a lot of time there, but it's this, and I think that's going to be. Oh, yes, so this will be streamed on Blueshell Twitch, and it will be also published through all of the major Magic the Gathering WhatsApp channels that are throughout the Netherlands, so yeah, good luck. I'm gonna be, if you're not in the announcements tab, that is where the advanced track will be. The announcements will be again. There are going to be 4 rounds today because of the fact that things are going a little bit slowly, but also 4 rounds better than nowhere. So we're gonna follow. Okay. Good luck, everyone. All right. After being released in, let's see, they'll be in very general right now. Let's see. No, that didn't work so well. Let's see. That's the general, not the amount.
Yeah, but this is the general person. Well,
It's low, it's
so that's gonna be a something, because the dance is on your letter, so you go there. Right. Fun. It'll be called.
All right, let's do it.
We are here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on. Thank you very much for being here. We are live from Enschede, the Netherlands, right here, the University of Twente, at the Blueshell esports facility. My name is Wilson. I am a local Magic the Gathering player. I mostly play 40 and 60 cards format, which includes the format that we're going to play today, and that is Pauper. So, we're going to have 4 rounds of exciting Pauper action. And ladies and gentlemen, what exactly is Pauper? Because this might be a format that you have not heard about, or maybe you have heard about but never played. It is not something that I think is on MTG Arena, for example. So just a small explanation of what Pauper exactly is. Pauper is a 60-card 1 versus 1 format, just like something like Standard, Modern, Legacy, many more. But the main restriction here at Pauper is that you only can use cards that have been printed at common rarity. So that means that all cards that are uncommon or rare, if they have not been printed at common rarity, they are not legal. Of course, there's also a ban list, but that means a few things for the Pauper format in general. The first thing that it means is that you will see a lot of cards which are quite easy to understand. Not a lot of rares and mythic rares are, not a lot of comments are necessarily very hard to understand. What you see is what you get. If you read the rule text, you immediately see, hey, this is how the card works. Second of all, the mana bases are going to be quite bad, because most of the mana bases that you see in other formats, they use rare lands, like the shop lands, the fetch lands, even the dual lands, the original ones. Here, all the double lands come into play tapped, almost all of them. And that means that you will see a lot of monocolored decks, because adding 2 or more colors to a deck will really be harmful for your tempo. You will not be able to make a good play that turn. And thus, you will see a lot of monocolored and maybe 2-colored decks. There are some exceptions that do 3 colors, or maybe even all 5 colors, and they have other things going on. For example, a deck with Prophetic Prism, they tend to be a little bit more than 2 colors. The third and final thing about Pauper is that the cards itself are not individually very powerful. You will not have something like Ragavan or an Oko or Luris, which just ends the game if they get unanswered and they come down very early. So what you see a lot will be cards that are not individually powerful, but it will be decks that are more than the sum of their parts. You will see a lot of synergies going on. You will see a lot of cards that work together very well in order to draw more cards. And one of the main ways in which a deck can win here is by simply drawing a lot more cards than your opponent and drowning them in card advantage that way. We will be sleeving up. We are ready to go. I think the live tokens are not very readable, so I will ask them to use some. From what I understand right here, we will have a matchup between green-white slivers and mono-black sacrifice. Not necessarily decks that are very common in Pauper, especially not the green-white slivers one. I tend to think that here, the Mono Black Sacrifice probably has a little bit more removal. Both green white slivers and Mono Black Sacrifice, they want to get their own engine going, both creature decks as well. So we'll see how this one goes. Once again, my name is Wilson. I will be joining with you live from Enschede right here to watch some exciting pauper action. This is round number 1. Let's see. I think there is a mulligan going on at the right side. Or green-white sliver player, I believe. He seems to have taken the mulligan.
He likes that. I see. But the word is this was the thought. I'll be there. Yeah, because you must say that. Yeah. Yeah, you know, they're gonna pay it. I think they're gonna go this way. Yeah. Put this one back
All right, I'm back. Maybe you've heard that a little bit in the background, but I've also sent to use some dye. That's a little bit more. Yeah, that's great. I can't necessarily see the live though on the left hand side. Maybe we should ask them to put that into the other side as well. But we are ongoing, so I'm going to help you track the live total on the left side. The mulligan has been taken, I think. We'll have to see. So the Mono Black Sacrifice deck, they have a lot of creatures that obviously they do something when they die. And with that, you use cards like Arian Feeder, which you can sacrifice. You can sacrifice a creature, and it gets +1 for counter, a 1/1 for 1. You play cards like Village Rites, which you sacrifice a creature for 1 single mana, and you draw 2 cards. And you tend to get a lot of advantages that way by getting very big creatures on board, which do something when. And there we go. At the right hand side, we see a white mana being tapped, and that is a sliver. Now, I am not exactly a sliver expert here, so I kind of have to look this one up as well. And the black part, we see, I think that's the rats. I'm not mistaken. Ones are also quite. These cards are quite uncommon, I would say, in Pauper. So I don't necessarily, even though I do play Pauper, these cards might not necessarily be the most common ones, and the ones that I know right away from the top of my head. But I'm also excited with you to find out what the deck exactly can do. I also do not have a deck list with me right now, and there we see. Oh, this is a Mono Black Rats deck, I believe. I thought it was Mono Black Sacrifice rather than Rats, but well, this is certainly an exciting. I think that's Typhoid Rats. We're gonna dig this one up, because they certainly threw an oddball on this one. Not necessarily the decks that you commonly see. So that sliver right there is the sidewinding sliver. The one gives flank. Normally, pauper cards are not necessarily very difficult, but flanking not the most easy mechanic either. It's a 1/1 for 1, the one that got tapped right there. And flanking says that when a creature without flanking blocks a sliver, the creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. A lot of these rats Well, they are usually 1/1s. We'll see what happens here. Okay, this one I also need to read. So I will be very honest, guys. I do not know what's going on the left-hand side here. I think some cards were being drawn. The Typhloid Red's coming in. I think that's a 1/1 Death Touch. And we go to 19 on the right side. It's a red color. It's the red colony. So it's going to be the red colony deck against the slivers deck. The green sliver right here. Let's see. I think is that muscle sliver? No, that's horn sliver. That one gives all slivers trample +2/+2. But that part I do know. That one's armadillo cloak. It gives +2/+2 lifelink and trample. That becomes a very, very big sliver combined with the plated sliver on the field right here and the sidewinder sliver. I think our player on the left, or mono black red stack, is a little bit in trouble. So the mono black red stack, they play a card called Red Colony. That one, normally a card you can only put in 4 times in the deck. With Red Colony, you can put multiple times in the deck. And what Red Colony does is that it gets boosted compared to depending on how many red colonies you have on the field. So if you just play a lot of red colonies on the field and they don't get removed, you very quickly can go very big with those reds right there. With the exact text is yes, it is a 2/1 and gets +1/+0 for every red penalty that you control. But I think the biggest issue here is that one sliver with armadillo cloak on it. It is, I believe, a 4/5 right now with trample and lifelink, and it's only going to get bigger. It's going to be very hard to block because of the flanking right here. All those rats, they get -1/-1 if they try to block a sliver. So right now, I see 5 counters being put on that rat right there. Brother, they really threw us a oddball on this one. So this is not necessarily a very interactive matchup right now. I think for both of these matchups, you want to have solid removal spells because they really try, just like a lot of other pauper decks, they really try to get a combination of cards on the field in order to boost up that team. And right now, we don't necessarily see that much happening at all. There is another sliver going on. I think that is the muscle sliver. That one probably gives +1/+1. And there is another sliver right here. I believe that one gives vigilance on the top of my head. And we see that happening right there. So tries to block with his Typhloid Reds, I believe. Gets flanking, as they indicated. And let's see why it doesn't necessarily die.
Yeah, I will line motion and stall. And I will let the other.
Is it the Death Touch rat? So we see a lot of slivers on the right side of the field, and for those who have played Magic for quite a while, you usually know that when there is a lot of slivers on the field, it's going to be very hard to break through that. The black player really needs to find a way in order to get them down 1/1. Now, black usually does have removal. I have received the deck list right now, and I see a few removal spells that could be used. For example, Bone Splinters is a clean answer to one of these creatures. But not necessarily that many things that I can see. A Foul Tongue Shriek which makes what makes them sacrifice a creature, but you kind of want to have targeted removal because that plated slip, because that horn sliver with the armadillo cloak on it, that one is pretty damn strong right now, and it's going to have a very hard time moving through. So you can see that I believe that there's some red colonies at the left side, which are probably 5 powers, which is not that's pretty strong, but they do die due to the tanking sliver if they try to block. If they try to attack, let's see what tanking does exactly.
Correctly, kick in, use the example, but that can also be not by so where it has to be important. You have to share.
Sure, is that very server? I think that they for themselves, but.
Printer is just mostly.
Yes, so it is not on attack necessarily, so the rats could potentially attack. But whether or not you would be winning that way is another question. And I already see the live totals being on 27. There comes a double block on that creature right there. So I have to be very honest. I don't necessarily know what's going on between all the rats that there are. You see a flanking being triggered, killing that rat that is probably a 1/1. But that rat also draws 2 cards. I am not a rat expert, ladies and gentlemen. But looking at the field right here, even though I do not have a good clue what's going on, I do think the one at the right is winning with the armadillo cloak hard slip, which has 4/5 trample, and I think that's over. I think that's game over right now. Yes, it is. 1-0 for the green white slivers deck. So if we look at the sideboards right here, for the green white player, they have 2 celestial flare, 1 destroy evil, 2 journey into 4 revoke existence, 1 sandstorm, 2 flame storm, and 3 weather storm. Perhaps you would like to board it a little bit more removal. For example, a journey into nowhere could be pretty good. Maybe even the framing charm, but there are not necessarily something right here which I am very excited about. Perhaps even Sandstorm that can really sweep up. The creatures. You can see here the sidewide the sliver, giving all the slivers flanking is really big deal because that way all the slivers could not be blocked by the X1 rats. All the rats have 1 tokens basically. So that is a very tough creature to beat for a mono black rats player. Now let's see. Let's look at the sideboard. We got a big board right here. Corpse Drum, a Dog Pursuit, a Macabre Waltz, Undercity Dire Rat, 2 Chittering Rats, 2 Cost of Brilliance, 1 Gift of Mazurba, 1 Tormod Script, 1 Duress, 1 Masterful Flourish, 1 Last Gasp, 1 Undying Malice, and 1 Murderous Composure. I have to be honest here as well. I don't know half of these cards. Like I do know Tormod Scripts and Duress. Some of the ones like Lost Gasp and Macabre Waltz are also cards that I might have seen, but some of these, well, they are really not common cards that you will see in any kind of table besides right here, which is why this is so exciting. Round 1, we will see more of these brews coming up. In the future rounds, we will probably see more of the established decks coming up, where we will see a lot more gameplay, which is a bit more common in the pauper format. But as you can see, there's also some room to brew and to do your own thing in pauper, because it is not necessarily the fastest format, and because all the cards are not necessarily individually very powerful. You will see these decks popping up once in a while. Also, pauper, because it is all commons, it is quite a inexpensive format, and now we see a duress going on. I'm not sure why the duress is sided in, because the deck doesn't necessarily play the green white slivers deck doesn't necessarily play a lot of non-creature, non-lands cards. And we will see one of them. I believe that is I can't see what that exactly is. I don't. I think that could be something like a lead the stampede, which draws more slivers. So that's not too bad of a deal. We will ask the player on the left side to put the die a little bit more towards the left, I believe. There is a red colony. It's 2-1, but it will be bigger if there are more reds coming on. Let's see what kind of sliver he plays. I see a muscle sliver right there, and it is a. Oh boy, this one I don't know either.
Only get me, or you're, you don't really, you're not,
It's the steel sliver. All slivers have +1%. Oh, so it's also a muscle sliver right here. It's a 2-2. It boosts up the rest of the slivers. So if that's a dog pervert, so that one is in the charmant. Gives a creature +1/+3 if I'm correct, or +3/+1. I will be looking that one up as well.
you don't have either hand.
It gets +3/+1, and now it is a 5-2. 5 crashing in, as you can see. So it's now 2-2 against a 5-2. If the Celestia player boards in their removal spells, so for example, the Journey into Nowhere, that one would be pretty good right now. We see another Xeno Sliver. That's a great card as well. Now it's a 3/3. Attacks in for free. It could eventually block if they need to, but because his life total right now is at 16, I don't think there is a need to block the red colony right here.
I mean, only the money. Is there a great time?
This would be a popular game. Like it's all the first one. That's
So I see some things dying. It could have been a Bone Splinters kind of move, but I see it crashing in for 5. So now it's a 5-2 against a 2-2. The good thing is that the Sliver can always block the red colony if needed, but you don't really want to do that because you don't want your Slivers to die. I see a Trample Sliver and a Muscle Sliver right here. That is pretty good. Now I think that was a passing of the turn. No, it's going in for free damage, I believe. So I can't necessarily see what the life total is at the left-hand side. I'm going to ask whether or not they could update that. At the left-hand side, that's the and also the great one, also kind of really similar.
Okay.
So another red colony comes down, a 6-2 and another 6-2. So now it starts to get pretty dangerous. Even though those red colonies do get blocked, 6-2 and a 3-1, I believe. 6-2 and a 3-1. So now it starts to get a little bit dangerous. If you stop blocking the creatures right there, this is excellent. Now we can see the life totals. Excellent right there. So the rat colony is a problem and it needs to be stopped. I would think that blocking the big rat colony if it comes in is probably the way to go. Also, I think you can just attack with at least one of the slivers right here. They have trample, but there is a lead the stampede, I believe. That will reveal the top 5 parts of the library. And you get to choose all the creatures and put them into the hand. Of course, the deck doesn't play a lot of non-land, non-creatures. So what you will see is probably quite a lot of slivers being revealed. We see Muscle Sliver. We see we see 4 slivers. So you can see the strength of Lead the Stampede in these decks. 3 mana to draw 4 creatures right there. Not necessarily something that happens a lot, but the deck is designed for it to.
If I am not, that would make more sense.
All right, thank you very much for fixing the stuff.
It would make more sense, I guess.
Of course, we are bootlegging the stream a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying our best to give you the best experience right here. We don't necessarily have the best equipment, but we're also students, so I'm pretty sure that in the next edition we will see a lot of improvements here, and we see another sliver going down. A plated sliver, I believe that one gives either vigilance. No, it just does O+1. It's a 2/3 for 3. Oh, we see the camera moving. Oh yeah, oh, earthquake going on right here. I hope this is a little bit more visible right now. But we see a lot of slivers crashing down, and they are big slivers. The person with the rat probably, yes, you probably need to block with the 3/1 rat right here. I would not suggest blocking with the 6/2 rat because that one is one of the bigger threats that you have. Also, all of these guys have trample. So we see a trade right here. It's a 2-for-1, but more important is that the life total will probably go down as well. It will take 6 damage if I'm correct. 7 damage. 8 damage because of the trample, of course. He's now down to 4. And you can see that if you don't remove these slivers, they go faster than the rat. Now, the rat deck, you probably have a little bit more removal going on in the deck. We did see something like Bone Splints is going to be played, but the slivers deck really, just like in Commander and just like in all other formats, it needs critical mass. And I think that critical mass has almost been reached. All the slivers have trampled, they got +1/+1. We see another rat coming down, but I don't think that one is really going to matter because the green-white sliver deck also have drawn 4 cards right there. So those things are not necessarily counters, but they indicate how big the rats are. The rat colony right there is a 3/1, and the other rat is I don't know what the other rat is, guys. So we see more slivers coming down. Another trampling sliver. The second muscle sliver though is probably going to be lights out. We will see a handshake pretty soon, I think, unless there is a removal spell, especially removing that muscle sliver that is attacking. As there is a handshake, the green-white slivers deck is up to 0, ladies and gentlemen. And we will see that one going to the top table as well. The rat stack, the modern deck rat stack, they move towards 0-1. So we only have 1 creature match for you guys. So I will be back pretty soon. And because the round has still has some time to go, we'll probably just discuss a little bit about the topic format. Maybe we'll get somebody down here for a little bit of an interview. I'll see you guys in a second.
So, this one just one, do you that? Now, I thank you for. Yeah, I think about online. You got that either. All of it laughter, yeah. We did have a good about again, but yes.
I don't know this of the I something.
All right. I do really like counting. If I read it, and we're looking for it, and we have to wait. All report.
Yeah, I sure will report it.
Yeah.
We playing blue, black, black.
Yeah.
Well, I'm.
It kind of works.
It is either red. I don't choose whenever I do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with first off. But I don't do stuff.
Or like the
So,
Okay.
music.
yeah, so then black, blue, white, is that the flag that I put that? I choose it.
You are. Yes, say that.
Oh, and I third, one important thing is this thing. It's good. I need to control.
Yeah, it's,
Grab a chair out.
People say they can come by if you want it. I don't know, the only person who I know that I would, you know, they're part of the same.
yeah, we got like, you know.
Dit is een microfoon, dus je kan gewoon in praten.
So I would make it up. Oh, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, glad to be back right here. There is no webcam on us right now, so you will have to do it with the voices. My name is Wilson. I'm here with the winner from round one on stream. What's your name and what are you playing?
Hi, I'm Jorrit, and I'm currently playing Selesnya Slivers. Very fun. I'm borrowing this deck, so I don't know all of the choices, but in this I've seen one of the choices why it was made, why the sliver with flanking was put in.
Yeah, so we saw indeed in that game right there, especially in the first game, well, we did have a little bit of a hard time in identifying all the cards in the on screen because, well, they're not very common, but we did see the flanking sliver going on right there. We saw the match going on pretty well. Why would you think that would be?
Well, I did get like basically what I wanted on draws. I just like I got stuff that makes my board bigger, stuff that allows me to just ignore the creatures on my opponent's side. I got vigilance, which was nice because then I could keep blockers up and attack big. I just kind of I got my game plan ready, and I swung in and went well. Yippee!
Yes, indeed it went well. What we saw right here was that, well, first of all, the question is, did you have any idea that you were playing against a mono black rat colony deck? Because that's not something that you see a lot in your average MTGO Pauper League or anywhere else really.
Yeah, this is my first ever sanctioned constructed event.
That's great.
Yeah, that's also my first proper event. I have really barely any idea of the decks that are going to be here. I saw a couple of them because yesterday I was practicing the deck together with other decks that are being loaned. So I saw there's some red and red black madness stuff. There's Stochast Spy combo. The Spy.
So you mentioned that this is your very first sanctioned event. You also haven't played Pauper much. How long have you been playing Magic?
I started about a year ago-ish. I think, yeah. My first time actually playing, I think. I did a little bit of jump starts about a year ago, and then I started with the Final Fantasy pre-release because that was about the time I was getting into Magic. That event that set came out. I just did the pre-release. It was fun. Yeah, I had a lot of fun there. Since then I did some Commander, casual Commander, more pre-releases. Yeah.
That's nice. So you mainly play Commander a little bit and pre-releases and also these events right here then, I guess.
Yeah, and some drafts.
Great to see that a lot of people getting into Magic. Also, the Universe Beyond set. Do you have any favorite sets? Do you have any favorite sets currently, or sets that you have been fond of in the last year that you have played?
I quite liked Lore Eclipse. Great set. I did both a two-headed giant and a regular pre-release of it.
Yeah,
a lot of fun with that. The art is cool. I like the mechanics. I got the Blight Precon, very fun. Been a great set. Probably the one I've done the most with, I think, specifically for that set.
That's absolutely great to hear. So your first time playing Pauper, you got your first win. You got 3 more rounds to go. Is it something that you see yourself doing a little bit more?
Maybe, I guess. I don't think I'll specifically look for events and travel to join them, but things like this where it's just local. Hey, Pauper event coming up. Yeah, I'd do this again.
Awesome. So, 3 rounds to go, as I said. Wish you the best of luck. If there's anything that you want to say, you can say it right now.
I heard I was going to be doing the first live match, and I very nervous.
Yeah,
it's absolutely nerve-wracking having to sit there, camera there.
It can definitely be nerve-wracking. Now, we're not necessarily the biggest channel out there,
definitely.
but it is still, it can still be very nerve-wracking to see people
there's
making your plays and judging your plays, perhaps.
Having people look at what I'm doing. Oh God, no.
Yeah, so that is definitely something that. But was it? How did you like the experience?
It was fun. Yeah, definitely.
course, we're a little bit with a bootleg setup, as you can see.
Mhm.
Not necessarily the biggest money stuff that we have right there, but we do what we do what we can. Maybe we'll see you in the future matches, depending on how it goes. Well, I'll let you go. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back with round number 2 when it starts.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
No problem.
I'm getting so much.
Okay, vocal, I guess.
I experienced politics. So I like to watch them both. So like, hopefully, I get matches.
Strange is stunning, right?
Yeah, the way I'm writing it.
I go for that.
Yeah.
I can see. Yeah, I can do anything else.
Oh, idea that you use, yes.
So if it has any symbol, you can activate those and you can attack with that's until the leads through passing.
This is that.
No, I think you're that. Yeah.
Then you choose one color and then all play together. One other to draw it. And then I will go.
Yes, but no, I don't get it. No, things don't enter that unless allowed. So that's, yeah. Everything, basically everything is unless otherwise stated.
Do you want to follow like what? Like you're gonna.
So I think one of them. Well, we're saturated though.
It just died.
No, we take the air from the drawing, but then we can,
No, you can't, it is third.
I would guess that like is well, this is that.
but it will be something to keep the.
Unlimited rules that we're getting.
Okay.
Like, as a kid, no, about those.
That is your array, there it is, right there, that's your array.
So, you have.
Okay.
I'm going to do this. Then, the loop around again, Just thought that they, I will.
There's the five next to it.
Yeah, you know, I will. Right, so.
Last.
Five for big, so yeah.
I don't know if I'm interested in that. Might as well get this type of that.
The one
So I can put it in here, I don't lose it, yeah. I don't care where it's
Yeah. I feel like maybe this big market. I don't know. I know that I put it in.
Okay.
How do I get the right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Very important. Somebody went, oh, this is great. Thanks for all the you can actually pick our, you can affect it. All the regulars in the room. So it's one to one time. So I come in, I'm fine, and you know. Okay, then let's go. You want to do some of our contract? Yeah, I don't think I'd go with it. I'll get it. No, never. Obviously, so I'm not very excited. I won't understand. Everybody's gonna buy a little bit more of the expert. But you can want that, but still it's hard to build. Yeah. I went to Red Dumped on it, but I'm gonna go. I don't know that you ate up and so I don't know. An additional bar, decrease it feels then, so before they are leaving more. So now it's free.
You know, it's on his diet anyway. That's not great. This is your life.
It's great. You have to put it on the off. That's not, yeah.
That's what he does believe in. Right. Yeah. Hey, you have a whole.
Yeah.
Hope it's not that.
Yeah.
On the rainbow is. I know you there. I've been to the mark and the concept and go to my face. I was all I need two more. And then the last part of the.
Why could you see the money?
That's like the one metal one was died. Yeah. I use the time. Yeah, I use one. What do you do for it? I'm the first I mean, but holy, I didn't start. I'm not sure. Still work hard.
So that's the one you're. So I know all the problems and other. I'm gonna know it. So it's what job would you send? I know, I tend to subscribe to that, but then you give me the signature. I'll just try. Like, how are you walking away? We haven't had.
I think
I haven't been.
I think
So you're looking at one, two, or you're back. Okay.
yeah.
I'm very.
I have been in presentation actually. That basis of I don't. At the end of the week, I was taking on some years ago.
Okay.
We don't also forget about. I went out with her. And then evening, I was also third at the same go. Yeah, this is your participant. Also,
One attention.
it's just really hard.
So, round one is filter in. I'd like to give a round of demo for this filter. And so everyone's going to well, there's always like, okay, we got it. I don't know, okay. So, I'm gonna be double chasing the background. But for people, the people who are going to take the easy struggle, please. Yep, it is. And then we got 10 art.
And they don't be one. No,
Right. I just did on the face to make up that. That's the very next.
Sorry.
Okay, this, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get this.
Yeah. Okay, I'll.
But we even record will be 40 hours.
So yeah, that
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for round number 2. We'll have Matthaus against Peter. I will receive the deck list very shortly here. It'll be round 2. Both of them are 1-0, I believe. So one of them will move on to 2-0, and the other one will be kicked out of the undefeated ranks.
like certain very good. I think they're permanent people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back with round number 2, Matthaus against Peter. This will be a 1-0 match. I will receive the deck list very shortly, though I did see some red cards at the right side. Sorry for the shaky cam. Hopefully that will stop in a second after the stream is fixed a little bit. We're gonna So I think round number 2 has started officially. They are getting their opening hand. And it will be a surprise for me what they're playing as well. So I think we're going to see decks which are a little bit more common than mono black red colony and green white slivers. I believe I did see some mono red madness deck right there. So I think the mulligans have been taken if they are. I'm ready to go. Of course, when I have the deck list or when I know what they're playing, I have a bit of an explanation of what the deck tries to do. So the deck has been presented once again for a mulligan, I believe. We see one card going down to the bottom, so the left-hand side player will start with 6 cards, and we will see that is the red artifact land into a faithless looting, so that could very well be something like a mono red madness deck. So this is quite an aggressive deck. Let's see what he throws into the graveyard. A sneaky snacker and a red black land. So it could be the red black madness deck. So the madness deck revolves around the madness ability, which lets you cast a card if you discard a card. At the right hand side, we see also a faithless looting. So this could very well be something like a mirror match. Faithless looting says draw 2, discard 2, very powerful card. Used to be banned in modern as well. Now it's back. 2 sneaky snackers. So sneaky snacker, a format staple. Sneaky snacker is a 2/1 for blue and black flying. But that is not the important part. The important part here is that if it is in your graveyard and you draw your 3rd card that turn, you get to put it back from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you can see what the strategy is trying to do. It tries to get these sneaky snackers into the graveyard using discard draw and draw discard spells, and then use something like a faithless looting or another discard draw spell to get these sneaky snackers back on the field. gaining card advantage and board pressure that way. Sneaky Snacker, something that is very powerful on Pauper because it keeps returning. You need Graveyard Hate in order to deal with it, or else it keeps returning. At the left-hand side is the Red-Black Madness deck. So that is a little bit different. The Red-Black Madness deck using black as well for cards like the Vampire's Kiss right there, which gives blood token and also drains for 2. And the blood tokens will be very key in the format, in the matchup, because the blood tokens allows you to discard draw at any point just for 1 single mana. And now you see the face looting being cost, which means that the sneaky snackers that are already in the graveyard, they will be going back into the. We're going back, but I also think you need to discard 2 cards. So you can see they were very powerful stuff that this Mono Red Madness deck can do. I can't necessarily see what that card is in the graveyard and also on the field. I think that is a for Darren Epicure, if I'm correct. No, it is an Andy Festivities, so that's a great draw right there. Andy Festivities does 1 damage to each creature on the field, and that immediately cleans up the entire board right there. So the mono red, so the Red Black Madness deck going a little bit towards the control role. The Red Black Madness deck also has life gain in the form of Arms of the Vein, which is 2 and a black with Madness Black. It deals 3 to your opponent and you gain 3. And that life gain can really be the key in this matchup to just get enough life back. There is a Classic Fire Breather right there, 1/3, which does damage to your opponent every time you cast a spell. And you have a lot of cheap spells in your deck. So every non-creature spell does 1 damage to your opponent. No follow-up right there, no other faithful thing. So that is a little bit disappointing for the red player. And the Red Black Madness player, you see he doesn't grab the prize, and he plays a kit. I believe that's a Kitchen Imp, which is, as you can see, he discards that card. He can cast it because it has Madness, and it's a 2/2 Flying Haste. And you will see a lot of these synergies going on in the Red Black Madness deck, and you will get to draw a lot of cards that way, because the Red Black Madness deck, they have a lot of these discard draw effects, just like at the right-hand side, and a lot of Madness cards. So you get to keep the pressure on, you get to keep doing a lot of direct damage, and if you are drawing 2 and discarding 2, for example, you're normally 1 card down. If you can cast one of these cards, you would essentially be drawing 2, casting 1 card, and discarding 1. So that means that you are actually 1 card ahead in the you're actually 0 cards ahead. You are 0 cards down because, of course, the card itself costs on like previous looting that also costs the card. We see a Highway Robbery right there, which is a card draw spell where you discard a card and then you draw 2 essentially. And we see 1 ping damage being done by the Classic Fire Breather. And we see the Sneaky Snackers returning as well because he has drawn a card from the top of his deck during his draw step and also from the Highway Robbery right there. The Sneaky Snackers, they can play a pivotal role because they can also block the Kitchen Imp, but that's not needed because the Chain Lightning kills the Kitchen Imp right there. And right now, you can see that suddenly your Mono Red Madness deck, because of all the Sneaky Snackers that they have in the graveyard, they have summoned back to the field, that they are ahead in the matchup right now. Something needs to be done against those cards. Now, I don't think there are any main board graveyard hate cards in the Red Black Madness deck, so that would be something that would be good. But these sneaky snackers are a huge problem. He needs to get his own sneaky snacker going. And I see that is I'm not necessarily very sure what's going on here. There is a Fiery Temper. Maybe he discarded something with the blood token, but I believe there is a fiery temper being caused from the madness ability right there. All the new arts, very honest with you, I don't necessarily know what those cards are. That is if they're an Epicure that summons a blood token. And also deals the damage to the opponent. Not necessarily very impressive at the first sight, but it's really a big enabler, giving you these blood tokens to use for discard if we don't have something like a faithless looting going on. And right now we're going back to the red madness deck. Sneaky Snackers can come in for 4 in the air, and it will actually kill the red madness deck in due time if he keeps going. Now it's 3 mana. I think there's a gut snipe. A gut snipe is going down. Now all non-creature spells deal 2 damage if people cast them. No casting of a non-creature spell just yet, but that thing, if that stays on the field, it's going to end the game very quickly. In fact, I think he could perhaps end the game next turn even. There is a faceless looting right there. Going to discard 2. I'm not sure if he has a sneaky snacker on the field, but he does have a fiery temper and an arms of the vein. See, this is the strength of the deck right there. He drew 2 cards, and instead of discarding 2 cards, he just cast 2 cards from his hand. So he will drain them for free first, and now he will kill the Gutter Snipe. Ooh, but in response to that, he will do a Lava Dart. That means that he will do 2 damage, and he can sacrifice a mountain to do 1 other 2. He chooses not to do that, but he does kill the Fanaat Epicure right there. We will fix the shaking of the cam and the glare a little bit, I think, in the future. There's a tap land that does 1 damage. So right now the life totals are not necessarily very high, 14 to 8, especially at 8 can be quite troublesome, but he has 2 sneaky snappers on the field. And I can't see the cards that they have in their hand. So another of these discard draw spells, no, this is another Classic Fire Breather. There's a Lava Dart in the graveyard. He can do 1 damage with that and another damage with the Classic Fire Breather. Goes out to 4. So next turn, there is a potential to see what he does right there. He grabs a blood token for another sneaky stacker discard. Next turn, there's a potential for a kill right there if he draws the right card. There's at least 6 damage on board right there with the Lava Dart. 5 damage on board, 2 in terms of burn. Something like a lightning bolt will be enough. Another Faithless Looting. I believe that would be the 4th one right now. Still no sneaky snackers in the graveyard, I believe. So, very big disappointment for the Red Black Madness player, I think. Not having sneaky snackers on hand. Will he be able to gain a little bit more life in order to cushion himself a little bit more? Classic Fire Breather, also quite a troublesome card. So something like a lightning bolt on it would deal with it. But still, he really needs to dig towards his own sneaky snackers. And you see him casting the Faithless Looting out of the red-black bounce land and the black artifact land. Draw 2 has been done. Let's see what he discards.
I think it's called, but then all the department color that. Otherwise, this would be just pretty good and more than so.
Still unclear what's going to be discarded right here. So still no sneaky snake. In fact, he discards, I believe, a lightning bolt and vampire's kiss. Not the card you want to ditch. So he either has some solid cards in his hand or he has no cards at all in his hand. He will take 5 damage at least unless he removes a Classic Fire Breather over here. And he could probably take 7 with the Lava Dart in the graveyard. Let's see what he plays. 2 mana. It might be something like a Highway Robbery. No, he will go down. He will attack for 5 damage first. I will ask the player whether or not he could try to. But the cam itself is quite shaky, guys. So there's another Classic Fire Breather. So that would make the Lava Dart deal 2 damage. from 3 damage in total. I believe that's a discard. And can't necessarily see what he discards there. And there is the Fire Blast, 4 damage to the face, 2 damage using the Classic Fire Breather. If he has nothing, yes, that is game. That is game number 1. So I don't have the deck list, so I can't really tell you what kind of sideboards they have right here. So what I am going to do is I'm going to look up some of the cards that they potentially can have. So first of all, something like Graveyard Hate would be very nice here. Nihil Spellbomb, something like that. From the Mono Red Madness side, it could be something like a Tormod Script, for example, that could be quite good. Because the Sneaky's Necklace are such a big part of this matchup, they are recurring threat, and you need to be able to get rid of them. So Graveyard Hate would be something quite good. Other things that you could potentially do are more remove spells, something like more Infinite Festivities, because it does deal with the Sneaky Snackers and their Epicurus on board. It doesn't deal with something like the also, this is not a mono red Delta deck that we have seen in the past. The Delta Reborn obviously banned as well. It makes 3/1/1 tokens if you sacrifice an artifact for red mana. So those parts that kill 1/1 creatures, X1 creatures, still good, but not backbreaking.
Yeah, and they're all 1/1, so I can.
So I expect in the side from the Mono Red Madness deck, probably the Thomas could coming in if he has them. I expect him to have him. We'll try to fix the lighting soon, guys. And in the terms of the red deck, it could be a potential for something like a duress, but I don't think that is very good.
Yeah,
This matchup, because you don't want necessarily trade 1-1. Things like Nihil Spellbomb or even his own Thomas Scripts are quite good. There is a card called Dog Withering. It has Madness for black. Destroy target non-black creature. That is pretty good to get rid of the Classic Fire Breather and especially God the Snipe. So the matchup still revolves around that Sneaky Snacker that comes back from the graveyard to the battlefield. And I expect answers for that.
Can I still say that now? That's one digital thing. I will say. Do you know if I'm ready to draw and use the fine still? Can I still play events? I didn't play them for 30 years. You can play events whenever. Okay. Can be either phase or whenever you want.
Yeah.
And you can break and then still.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to be back on with the Mono Red Madness player being one up. Me very quickly checking the screen, guys. Wait back in 1 second. We're back with game number 2 of round number 2. Mono red madness at the right side and red black madness at the left side. So we have seen a little bit of the differences in the decks, where the red madness deck really tries to do a lot of damage in one go using cards like Gutter Snipe and Casting Fire Breather in combination with very cheap spells that you can cast multiple times, like Lavador. Whereas the left-hand side, the red black madness deck, a little bit more grindy, also using cards like Elms of the Vein and Vampire's Kiss. There's a Darren Epicure, once again, a very nice clue creature in this deck. Deals damage, is a body, and summons a blood token that you can use for your discard synergies. So we see a Faithless Looting being cast right there. And let's see what he discards. And it's actually quite hard to see what he discards. We will fix the lighting issue in the next round, guys. And now popping the blood token for the kitchen imp. So you can see that a 2/2 flying comes into play with the blood token, and he can attack for free in the free on the field, going down to 16 life. So already in a moderate amount of pressure, not necessarily something that he can overcome, but it's already quite a board. And 2 mana, we'll see that card a little bit unclear due to the lightning, but I believe it deals. I believe it's Searing Blaze, something like that, or it does. Yes, it is Searing Blaze right there. So that deals 3 damage to a creature and 3 damage to a player if a land comes into play that turn. So dealing with the kitchen imp right there. A great removal spell in these matchups where the life total really matters, and also the creatures are quite small, so that you can just remove them right there. So 3 mana right now. You see a hard cost Arms of the Vein, not necessarily something that you want to do. Right there, you want to use the discard spells in order to do that. It comes in for 1. So now really on that aggressive side of the draw. But with only 1 power on the field, I don't think that's really going to go well. Casting Fire Breather on the field. A bit of a slower game here. So I think if I would guess at the left-hand side, there's a lot of discard payoffs and not a lot of discards itself. Or maybe just a lot of lands. Land number 4 right here. I think we see a hard cost kitchen imp. Yes. So even though the life totals is in the favor of the Red Black Madness deck, I don't think this game is really in favor of him. With these cards being cost for its normal mana cost, it's just not something that you really want to do. There's an option there. So we will see I believe, a highway robbery into a fiery temper. So this is something that you want to do as a madness deck. You want to draw more cards. You want to use your discard to cause your madness cards. And as a fiery, you're doing the damage there. It can even attack.
Look, I was really happy.
Yes, there's that ping from the fire breather. It can't even attack. It does not do so. I think that's smart because he is at a lower life total, and his casting fire breather can just be staying back to block the 1/1 right there. Let's see if he has finally drawn a draw spell or something like that, or even something like a vampire's kiss. No, even more lands. This one gives him life, but there's not really that much life in this matchup for him. I think if this keeps going on, we have gone to 5 lands already for the deck, and that's not the position that we want to be in. Another kitchen nymph coming in, hard costed kitchen nymph, comes out for 2, and a lightning bolt answers that. So you trade 1 mana for 4 mana, and you also do 1 damage to them. Quite a good trade for the mono red deck. So this is instead of blitzing out your gut snubs and your lava dots, this one going a little bit slower. Both of them draw quite a lot of lands. And now we see a face is looting being caused from the graveyard, even rougher for the red black madness player. Use the damage with the face is looting and the fire breather right there.
Yeah.
See what he does, but he just costs a few lands. And we will see another spell. Maybe another fire breather. No, it is a ash grab or grab the prize. Discarding a lava dart. So that already deals 3 damage. Draw 2 cards, and the lava dart sitting in the graveyard to do another damage in the future. And also another damage using a fire breather. Very bad looking for the red black deck. Not making use of his madness. Being able to make use of his madness. You really would like to have something like a vampire's kiss, a faithless looting, highway robbery.
Yeah.
I think he has some sneaky snackers in his hand, if I would guess. That he just caught this card at this time. So 1 mana right there. Annihil Spellbomb. Not a bad card to draw. I think I would actually want to cycle it right now, even though there are no snackers on the graveyard. Because you really want to have that extra card draw. You force them to use a lava door right now at an inopportune time. And you just need to have the extra cards right now in order to get your engine going. Because this is not going well. Let's see what he's going to do. Is it another Arms of the Vein? It is a fiery temper onto the casting. That's not too bad, I think. And slowly but surely, the life total are going to be whittling down for the red madness player, but still not something that he should be especially concerned about. So back to the red player. You see a handful of cards for him. Even more mountains. I would actually keep them into the field. And there is and of course he has that Searing Blaze dealing 3 damage to him. But he passes the turn, so both players not without much gas. And this means that it will be quite a top deck, yes. But now he pops the Denial Spellbomb, drawing an extra card, removing the Lava Dart. I would choose to play the Lava Dart right there if he could, but he chooses not to. So, fresh card drawn, removing the Lava Dart, playing another land, and will he be pausing the turn? He will be pausing the turn. Both decks on top deck mode. And here, what you really want to see are cards like Faces Losing, cards like Highway Robbery. Really get you to draw deeper into your deck and finally discard the cards that you have in your hand that are not very useful. And there is a Faces Losing. He has been waiting for that for a long time, I think. He kept flashback at this turn as well. He would have more mana up. Oh, camera shaking a little bit. And there is that kitchen nymph, not getting hot cost, but finally getting madness out. So that is a card advantage play. And the Faceless Looting still in the graveyard. He could opt to use it again, and he does so. Draw 2, discard 2, one more time. No Sneaky Snakes in the graveyard, so those ones will not be returning back. Also, this would be card number 4 and card number 5. He discards a Snacker and a Mountain. So in the future turn, that one can come back. But now the life total is actually in quite a big pressure with the Kitchen Nymph, but also many more cards in the hand of the Red Black Madness player. I think I see 3 mana right there for Fiery Temper. That deals with it. I mean, it's not, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. But now you can really observe the top decks from each player right there, and they have similar top decks that they want to see, and that is not it. Now I can promise you there's no earthquake right here. We're living in the Netherlands. There are no earthquakes in the Netherlands. Almost no earthquakes in the Netherlands. I'm sorry, Groningen. But there is a grab the price. No 2 damage, but 2 fresh cards for that mountain that is absolutely not useful right now. Let's see if has a follow-up play. No follow-up play right there. So good draw, but nothing complete going on. Land go. I'm not sure what that part is. Is that a lightning bolt on the field or just? I think that's just land. And there's a classic flame breeder. Not a bad card to draw. It's also a bit of pressure. And I think that one will see lightning bolt. It will see a lightning bolt. And we're both in top deck mode, guys. But there is a Sneaky Snacker in the graveyard at the Red Black Madness side. So that would probably, even a single Sneaky Snack would already make a difference right there. Life totals is 7 for the Red Madness player and 13 for the Red Black Madness player. Another draw goal, not what he wants to see. And I think we might be going to a 1-1. Faithless Looting, great draw. Get that Snacker back into the graveyard. Get some more fresh draws. There is a Fiery Temper that gets cost right there. Goes down to 4. He should get the Snacker back, but I think he forgot that one in the graveyard. But there is a lightning bolt and end the festivities. Dealing 4 damage. And I think that is game. We'll go to 1-1. Yes, we go to 1-1. And you see the Sneaky Snakes in the hand. If you don't draw your discard spells, the game can be pretty rough. You really need to have a right combination, and you will see that in Poker Not, the right combination of cards where you have the enablers and the payoffs, and of course the lands to cost them. And if you don't have one of the 3, your games are going to be a little bit harder. I'll be right back when we will go to an exciting game 3 very soon.
Yeah, like if you do like this, like I can really get it on like I'm going to.
Okay. Yes. Dan moeten we zoeken naar ook ja. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's going to be counted by total variant, but if you want to have it, shut the rocket through again. But
We're back for game 3. Both people have played their, have not taken the mulligan, I believe, and we are off to the races. We will fix the glaring issue in the next round. But for now, I will just try to keep track.
I think I'm only up until next time.
So we see mountain pass, so no faces looting. Or for Darren Apicure, there it is. Two mana right there. Will he play something like Classic Flame Breather? And it is a Classic Flame Breather. 1-3 for one in the red, and that one deals 1 damage every time you do a non-creature spell. So right here, once again, the gameplay will seem to be getting Sneaky Snackers into the graveyard without exposing them to something like but there is a Fiery Temper, so that also is a pretty good play. Using the Blood Token for the kill or the Fiery Temper, getting the Flame Breather, getting in for 1 extra damage, using the combat damage, of course. And we're back to the red player. 3 mana. Will we play Gunslinger perhaps, or another Flame Breather? It is a grab the price. So that will do 2 damage. Discard 2 cards, and what do we see? Discarded, it will be a Sneaky Snacker. And you see this combo right there. If you discard first, and then you draw 2 cards, you can opt to discard the Sneaky Snacker first, draw 2 cards in your own turn. That would be your cost number 2 and 3, because you drew a card from the draw step, getting your Sneaky Snacker back immediately, and gaining an advantage that way, and also pressure. Basic looting. No, this is a highway robbery, I believe. I believe that is a highway robbery. And the kitchen nymph coming in. Also, for Darren Apicure. There is a lightning bolt for a lava door for the Darren Apicure. Not too bad of a play, I think. Saving himself 1 damage, and then Apicure, well, sooner or later needs to die, and better sooner. So he has 2 fresh cards, and the gun's not very powerful right there. He has a lava door in his graveyard. Chain lightning, 1 thing, doing 2 damage using the gutter snipe. Attacking for 2, and he has that lava door in his graveyard. So even if the gutter snipe dies right there, he would already have been dealing 4 extra damage to the Red Black Madness player. So Gunsnipe, not something that you want to play at turn 3 always. You want to be able to cast your own spells with it. You see the lightning bolt right there. I would actually choose to, he chooses not to play the Lavador. Maybe he needs all the mountains. There's a Vampire's Kiss. The 2 life gain, very relevant. So right now the life totals are, I believe, 14 to 16. Getting the 2 blood tokens. Let's see whether or not he's able to dig further into his deck and get some sneaky stacks into the graveyard. So I see a Fire Blast right there. So that is a virtual 4 damage already. A Keswick Flame Breather. And I see a Faithless Looting. So even if he discards 2 stackers right here, they will not come back right now. But he discards a Temper and he discards something else. 4 damage to him. And a Chain Light and a Lightning Bolt. Not necessarily something that you want to discard. But already a lot of damage done in 1 turn, from 16 down to 9. 3 power on the field. Lavador still in the graveyard, being able to do 2 damage at any time. Fire Blast in the hand. This is going to be very hard for the Red Black deck to come back to. It needs something like an Ounce of the Vein very, very badly in order to gain some life. Discards a mountain, not something that you want to discard with. He's really looking for a life gain spell. And I'm not sure whether or not he knows that. Because 9 is not a safe total. In fact, Fire Blast, that's lethal next turn. With the Keswick Flame Breather doing 2 damage. With the 2 spells. The spells doing 5 damage in total, that's 7. And the Sneaky Snacker and the Fire Breather doing 3 damage in combat. So he direly needs something. Nihil Spellbomb, somewhat of a decent draw. So if he is smart right here, he would pop the Lavador after the Spellbomb has been activated. Because you can just pop the Lavador at any time. It's an instant. You have to sacrifice a mountain as a cost. So it's and there's also a Faithless Looting. I would actually choose not to use the Faithless Looting maybe. Depending on what you do, of course. There's an activation. It's sacrificed at the activation, but right now I would probably play the Lavador. Get the damage in.
So over there, as you can see, they're both on the other side. And during the second game,
He plays he has a mountain. He has another Lavador. Oh, wow. Nice, that's 2 damage. He should sacrifice 2 mountains right here. For the other, yes, he will. And he will cast both Lavadors from the graveyard, dealing a total of 6 damage already, and 3 damage using the combat damage. Using the combat step could be enough. And if that's not enough, then the Fire Blast is still there. I'm not sure why he's drawing a card. Because there is no Faithless Looting being caught. Oh, that's so unfortunate. There might be a judge call needed for this one because he had this in the bag. And it's clear though that one is the card because we know from a fact that it is a Fire Blast in his hand. Yeah, they choose. This is a casual event, guys. So not needed for something very big going on. Obviously, a mistake. 3 damage, combat damage coming in. This would be lethal. There's Cast the Fire, dealing 1 damage to the stacker. But I think he's just going to Fire Blast him for lethal. That should not be enough, the Lightning Bolt, because the Fire Blast will do 4. And that is it. The Madness player wins 2-0 for him. Very well played there. The Lavador is very clutch. And very fun deck as well, because you just do a lot of incremental damage and win that way, as you can see. But sometimes you have those turns where you just do 12 damage at the same time. Using Gunsnipe and using Lavadors, that really adds up very quickly. And For the sneaky snacker, you have quite a lot of staying power as well. Faithless looting, grab the price, all those discard draw spells, filtering out your draws, discarding access cards, discarding cards that you want to be discarded. And we see it going up 2-0. I would think that the red black deck has an advantage right here in this matchup, but we see the red deck being able to overcome that. So very well played by him. We'll probably see him in the future match area pretty soon again. But yeah, 2-0 for the red madness deck. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be trying to fix the stream. Meanwhile, we will be back for round number 3.
You can use the venue that no, it's on. No, it's one.
Yeah, that do it.
One gives the venue, the second one.
Yeah, I got this, I got
It's,
I exile.
yeah.
So that
Yeah. I think so they well, it's very.
yes, but he's doing
Yeah, you want to be or
Het zou je weten, weet niet, even niet aan je want en dat is niet afgesloten. Maar hier en nee, 2 kijken dat is die wijze is 2 af. En dan ja. Yeah, the photo said, yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine. I can take him. I did that with the game. Okay. I will just check what it is doing. Peter, like,
Okay, so I'm going to this part. Yeah, I go to you have them. Yeah, that is true. That's been fixed by someone who got it. I will draw. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't. Like my, I say, no, I mean, like, it's good for those, you know, free to go off your drive. Still go, but. It will be, what is oh yeah, I lost again. He was about to do it how it was, and he gave himself with 10 minutes, and the mother is. And like, you know, stuff like, also like, and copyright, probably just kind of going on. Yeah, that's good. It makes it simply much stuff. I love me. He wasn't involved in the have do because he has a community to go. They were, and then, hey, gratitude.
But before that, you have to go into the first game of my favorite game, Magic the Gathering. And I'm sorry. Get like look at the girl in your okay. I'm kidding. And then the next game is Martin, and then Martin will be in the week. Okay, well, here's the parents, good luck, and yeah, it's fun.
Dus dat is in ieder geval net blijven van bijdrage van maand. Ja, het is maar heel is leuk is als een tijd en heel naar
Please enjoy.
DJ. DJ.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with round number 3 between two undefeated players, both 2-0. We have Mart at the left-hand side and Mikola at the right-hand side. This time, I do have the deck list of both people. We will be seeing a nice matchup between Mono Blue Terror against Grixis Affinity. Mono Blue Terror is a deck that has been the top dog for quite a long time right now. It is a classic blue tempo deck. So it tries to play a lot of instant and sorceries, or put them into the graveyard, and then play a Tolarian Terror or a Cryptic Serpent out very cheaply and very early. Tolarian Terror, 6 and a blue for a 5/5. It has War 2, but it costs 1 less for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. Same thing with Cryptic Serpent. That one is 5 blue for a 6/5. So you put those snakes down as early as turn 3, and you just beat the hell out of them. You use stuff like counter spells to stop your opponent from doing whatever they're doing. You play parts like Spell Pierce, which may not be very effective in the late game, but early on they can really tax your opponent's mana and removal spells if they want to try and kill Serpent of the Terror, and you try to win quite quickly usually. Grixis Affinity, a very classic deck in Pauper. Affinity has been a classic deck in Pauper for a long time. A lot of cards in that deck have been banned out in the past, and this version is a little bit more of a grindy version. It is a compared to maybe a deck in the past that uses a lot of artifacts. But yeah, it is an artifact synergy deck. It plays a lot of artifact lands, and it will try to usually grind your opponent down, and using cards like Lambast, Sitting Blade, for example, in combination with stuff like Eviscerate's Insight, to really draw multiple cards. Refurbished Familiar. We see Mirror Enforcer, which is a 7 mana card, but gets reduced by 1 cost for every artifact that you have. And sometimes you just cost them for 0 mana and you get a free 4/4. It's quite a grindy mid-range deck, usually more towards the late game side. And this is quite an interesting matchup because they need to really weather the storm first from the Terror deck, either by delaying them or by putting so many roadblocks ahead of them that they cannot just get through with their serpents. I do have the exact list right here. Something that is very potent in this list is Crockleg Shaman combined with Toxin Analysis. So Crockleg Shaman is a 1/1 for a single red. You sacrifice an artifact and you do 1 damage to each creature, including itself. Now the terrors are 5 toughness. So you need to sacrifice 5 artifacts, but you have Toxic Analysis right there, which is a single black instant. It gives the creature Death Touch and Lightning until end of turn, and it also investigates. So that means that 1 damage is enough to clear the entire field of all your opponents and your own creatures that are not flyers. This combination cannot be on the board. So every Crockleg Shaman that you see is very dangerous for Mutt right there at the left-hand side. We'll see how he deals with this. In general, I think this is somewhat of a fair matchup. Not necessarily very skewed to one or the other. I do think Grixis Affinity has quite a lot of tools to really stop Blue Terror deck from going and crush them early on. But there is a mulligan right there. Bad news for Mikulash and his Grixis Affinity deck. I do see a Seed of the Synod. So yeah, I'm sorry. The left-hand side is the Affinity deck. The right-hand side will be the Mono Blue Terror deck. And the Mono Blue Terror deck taking a mulligan right there. So so that is going to be quite rough for him. I see some lands and I see some spells. Let's see what kind of spells I can see in his hand. I see 1 land. I see a Thought Cost. I see I think I see 3 lands. A Galvanic Blast maybe. The Core Wellspring perhaps. But we're going to get going, and the Mono Blue Terror deck starts first. Going down with Island, Delver of Secrets. One of the only threats that they play that is not a Serpent. Something that can really get some very quick damage in. We see it flipping. I believe that is a Spell Pierce, if I'm correct. So that is a 3-powered flyer. Crashing at 3 damage. There. No instant sorceries in the graveyard. Holding up blue for the counter spell if he really wants to. Let's see if he counters this Ichor Spring, because that we'll see a Force Spike. Look at that right there. One of my favorite cards. I have a playmat of that one. Force Spike, countering a spell unless you pay 1. And he cannot pay 1. So that is 2 mana for 1 mana. That is the Enabler gone. That is a very good turn for Mart right there. Also playing Mental Note and getting some instants and sorceries into the graveyard. So this is what the blue deck really wants to do. Get off the horse early. Get on the horse early and beat them down. Going to 14 and see if we can follow this up. he plays a Brainstorm, filtering out cards in his deck, especially if he has something like a Thought Scour or a Mental Note right there. He will be able to put the cards that he brainstorms back into the deck right there, into the graveyard. So essentially drawing 3, discarding 2, which is a very, very strong card. He has that. No, he has Lorry Reviewed. Even better, perhaps. He gets to find the land, but also shuffle the cards that he do not want back into his deck. No follow-up play, no Tolarian Terror. So that's a little bit disappointing, perhaps. Let's see what the play is going to be here. There will be a Monitor, I think. Good card. It's a free flyer for 4 and a blue, but it costs 3 less because he has 3 artifacts. It has affinity for artifacts. That's a good backup for the Delver. The Delver not being able to come in anymore for free. It has done its job, but still. Mental Notes meets. There's a Mental Note, but that there is a Galvanic Blast for the Delver. So now the Monitor is actually a threat itself. Pulling down the Force Pack on the island. I don't think the Force Pack has much use right now anymore. So let's see if Mark can. There is no follow-up play by Mark. We already saw him not having Tolarian Terror previous turn. And now Mikolash is just going to grind down the game. I see Crocodile Shaman right there. So this is going from bad to worse for Mark. No pressure on field. Extra munitions. And not necessarily a key card in this matchup. You can sacrifice an artifact or a creature to but that's a good counter though. That Force Spike countering the Crocodile Shaman. Because the Crocodile Shaman represents on instant speed with toxin analysis a very big board wipe. So your serpents, even though they're big, and giving that Shaman Death Touch makes it so that it gets killed, and all your serpents get killed. And even worse is that the Ultra Monitor flies, and that thing doesn't get killed. So a good Force Spike right there. Still in dire need of getting serpents. He cycled Lorry Revealed, so that means that he doesn't want to draw 3 cards with that. A Brainstorm, it's a good start. Let's see if he can draw into some more action. He really needs that right now. Because he is, even though we're only in turn 4, I believe, turn 5, there's another cycling for Lorry Revealed now. I'm not sure whether or not he wants to do this. Because Lorry Revealed also can draw 3 cards, which is something that he might need. Though he does think that he would rather have an island than costing it for 5 mana in the future. And I can imagine that if he has drawn a Serpent and a Terror, specifically. No, he wants to do that because he wants to shuffle away the cards, which is also fine. That would mean that those cards are very bad. Because drawing 3 cards is pretty nice. But he anticipates not having his 5th land very soon then, if he decides to do that. So this Brainstorm, let's see if that's the 5th land. So any Lorry Revealed can draw for free. But he already has 3 in the graveyard. So a rough right now. And we see Refurbished Familiar, very good card in this matchup right now. It will eat a counter spell. And that makes way for other good cards, like another Ultra Monitor. So suddenly 6 power on board. Make that 10 power on board. 3 in the air coming down, and then there's a 2-turn clock. It will be 10 damage next turn and another 10 damage the other turn. And in fact, with the makeshift munitions, that's actually a 1-turn clock right there. He needs to do something very, very quickly. And he needs to block her down for that, for the Mirror Enforcer. And the mono blue deck, compared to other terror decks like blue black or blue red, doesn't have removal spells. So Murmuring Mystic, pretty good. That blocks the Mirror Enforcer, but he could just very well create an artifact, a random artifact with that Mystic, with the makeshift munitions if he decides to block the Mirror Enforcer. But you should, or else he's dead. So this matchup not going very well for the blue terror deck, not being able to exert a lot of pressure early on. And post board, which will probably end up very soon. Let's see what we see getting played. A Black Mage Rod, something that is even more lethal. You get a 1/1, you put that equipment on there, a Black Mage Rod, and now it's a 2/1 that pings your opponent for 1 for every non-creature spell you play. For example, this. I'm not sure what that exactly is. That one probably a card I don't know. A Silver Civilians can, perhaps? Delta free, and that is game because next turn he's just going to attack him for a lot. So that's the first game. On the Blue Terror goes down, Resistance Affinity up 1-0. Looking at the sideboards, Mono Blue probably wants to sideboard quite a lot of stuff. Let's see what he has right here. He has in the sideboard 4 Elemental Blast, 4 Blue Elemental Blast, 1 Hydro Blast, 2 Gut Shot, 1 Deep Analysis, 4 Steel Sabotage, 1 Dispel, and 2 Anil. So the things that are certainly going to come in are the Steel Sabotages and the Anils. Both basically say counter target artifact spell. You could argue to board in some of the Hydro Blast and Blue Elemental Blast. So there's not necessarily that many red spells that you want to that the player has, besides opposing Pyro Blast. Galvanic Blast are probably going to get boarded out, and also something like Nature Condition. So you might want to board in 1 or 2 of those. Deep Analysis, there is an option for that because this tends to be quite a grindy game. Getting your card draw spell like that, an extra card draw spell to get yourself through the mid and late game might be something that he wants to have. So at least 6 cards that want to come in. What he wants to board out, though, is going to be quite difficult. You probably do not want to have all the spell pieces, perhaps the echoing troops, because other things will come down quite quickly. Maybe some of the force spikes. But yeah, post board gets a little bit better because you get all those anti-artifact counts. So for Mikolash in his Grix Divinity deck, let's see what he has right there. He has 2 Expected Confession, 1 Unexpected Fangs, 1 Crockland Shaman, 3 Hydro Blast, 3 Blue Elemental Blast, 4 Pyro Blast, and 4 red and 1 red Elemental Blast. So of course the Pyro Blast I anticipate coming in. That would be already 5. The Expected Confession are probably for this one as well. Just cleanly being able to kill a Tolarian Terror without paying the ward cost is very huge. And maybe the Crockland Shaman. So what comes out, I anticipate perhaps the Steel Civilians camp, something like the Galvanic Blast are not necessarily very helpful, even though you might want to have 1 or 2, because they still play the Delaware Secret. And maybe one of something like Reckless Bargain or whatever. Still, post board getting quite exciting because you get all those anti-blue spells and anti-artifact spells coming in. That makes the matchup a little bit more interactive. It will be really key for Mark to protect his serpents from the Pyroblast. So he might actually want to board in a few of the Blue Elemental Blasts. We're going to see. So Mark can start this game because he lost the first game right there. I still think he's a little bit at a disadvantage, but the anti-artifact cards will help quite a lot. Talking about Force Spike, I happen to have that Force Spike playmat. Very beautiful art, originally printed in Legends, a very old set. and the art is also from that set right there. It is legal in quite a lot of formats, but it doesn't necessarily see a lot of play. You do see something like Manotite, which is the white variant of Force Spike popping up in something like Modern. Force Spike gets played here and there. It is just a very fun card to get some. It's also a card that you can easily sideboard out if you want. And it does make your opponent play around it sometimes in a way that might be advantageous to you. Even having one of them, even having shown one of them. Mart has started, no milligans right there. Meant to know already. Maybe he really wants to resolve his mental note over the Pyroblast that might be countering that. A black mana into a blood fountain. So that one makes a blood. And then they can also get back for 10 for 4 mana. I can get back 2 cards from the graveyard. So really grinding card. And also helps the affinity count a lot. Another mental note. If he mills 2, oh, that is very bad. Milling 2 Tolarian Terrors. He would really want to have those in his hand right now. And he doesn't get when he gets into the graveyard. And the blue deck already has quite. It doesn't have that many threats. That 4 Delver Secrets, maybe some Murmuring Mystic as we saw, and already the Ultra Monitor coming down. But there's a Steel Sabotage countering that. So at least that is an answer for the 3/3. I'm not necessarily sure whether you want to answer that thing right now, but it's good to cash it in at least. So in the upkeep, we see a Brainstorm. Perhaps the Brainstorm was drawn, or else I can't imagine Mart really wanting to mental note in the main phase right there, or at least the second mental note. Because now you can see the Tolarian Terror being in the graveyard. He only has 2 of them left in the deck. He has 4 Cryptic Serpents, which are still big threats. But right here, this is a spot where that Tolarian Terror would have been so good because there is no blue mana open, no red mana open, I'm sorry, for the Pyroblast. Let's see if he has a threat to play. I think he has enough instants and sorceries in his graveyard to get a Cryptic Serpent down if he wants to. He's pondering about it, and he will get one down. And that's a lot of pressure already. So I see the Crackling, and I see a Toxic Analysis. That is a very clean answer. That's the first red mana, but he can't cost that one. He will cost an Ichor Spring. Drawing another land. So next turn it will go down. This means that there's at least 6 damage coming in. Let's see if Mart wants to pick up more. No, he doesn't. He wants to leave on his mana, which is good because that 6 power will end the game very quickly. And overextending here, Pyroblast. Yep, you really need to counter this one. And there is the counter spell to get that down. Blue for thought cost. Wrong 2 cards right there. I think that's a Mirror Enforcer, which is pretty good, but it doesn't tumble with the Serpent that well. There's a Mirror Enforcer. And then we'll also need to Steel Sabotage. So that is 1 blocker less. But right now in the driver's seat, the Serpent might just deal 20 damage in this entire game. And he is running dangerously low on cards, though. He has 3 cards left. I'm not sure what those cards are, but I do see that. I'm not sure whether or not that is the Toxic Analysis. There's at least a Steel Sabotage. Oh, what a great play. He removed the bridge right there so that he doesn't get to tap for red mana if he doesn't draw another untapped red land. And I see a blue red land. Oh wow. That is so unfortunate. He drew that great furnace right there, getting the Crackling Shaman down. Does he have a counter? He doesn't have a counter. There's a Toxic Analysis. He needs to counter this one at least. He doesn't. He gets to investigate, and now he gets to sacrifice the Wellspring, drawing a card, dealing 1 damage, which is enough to the Serpent. And this is very bad news for Mark. He almost had that He almost had it going, but the Great Ferns from the top of the deck really threw them right there. The Blood Fountain is on into the grave, is still on the field, so he can get back the Neutral Monitor, he can get back the Mirror Enforcer. More importantly, he can get back the Kraken Shaman. There's still an artifact on the field, the Clue token, which he can crack, or he can use the Reckoner's Bargain. He's gonna crack it for a card. So Mart really needs another terror. And I see an accepted confession into the hand, so the terror is not gonna live for very long if it would come down. Mikulash in the driver's seat right here, even though he is at 9 life and his opponent's at 20. He will, yes, he will get back. He'll probably get back the Mirror Force or the Ultra Monitor. Yes, yeah. Surprised he's not gonna get back the Shaman, but that means he knows that he has the confession in hand. Ultra Monitor coming in. And you see the blue deck being able to come out of the gates quite quickly, but just not able to answer every single answer that the Mikulash has. There is a flip though, and that Hydroblast comes a little bit too late. It's going to be very hard for Mart to come back into this game. There are there's a fresh Mirror Enforcer into the hand that he knows about. There are 5 more cards that he doesn't know about. And the Delver is getting blocked by the Ultra Monitor. So that one cannot attack. There's a lot of land still, but still, I don't think he really cares that much. Mirror Enforcer comes down. He still has the Reckless Bargain. I would actually cash it in pretty soon. And I think he will. Yes, he will right now. He will gain a single life. He will gain no life, but he will just draw 2 cards. So this matchup, you can see in this matchup, blue deck wants to get down quickly, wants to get Serpents down. Mid-English Terror, very unfortunate. Even Kelsey Delver right now with the expected confession, signifying that he doesn't really fear anything that is going on. Not saving it for a terror or something. Attacks for free. He will attack for 7 next turn. And that will be a there's even Red Elemental Blast. Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. That is going to go to the graveyard. And Mikulash is going to cruise. Mart is wide open. Very familiar. To kick somebody down even further. He has to discard a card. Doesn't really matter. I don't think so. We will see this game ending in 2 turns. Echo of Truth. I'm surprised that thing is still there. And yeah, Mikulash will go to 3-0. I think the hand will get extended pretty quickly. Not yet. There's no lethal yet. Mart will go down to 1. There is an Echoing Truth. But that Mirror Force is just gonna come down once again. Well, yeah, he just played enough. Oh my god, this is quite a shellacking by the double knocker for Mart.
Doing so well.
But Mikulash, he advances to 3-0. He will be in the feature match area once again, the Grixis Affinity. Mart will go down to 2-1. The Terra deck. Well, it is not necessarily a matchup that is super bad. I do think that you can see it has a lot of things that need to go well. You need to drop down those early terrors, or else the blue deck, the Grixis deck, will just be able to answer them with Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast and just outgrind you. The Steel Sabotages, he drew a few of them, but that was simply not enough. And the blue decks right here, they're gonna have a hard time against Affinity. Just too much grinding ability right there. And also a lot of clean answers to bigger threats. Like, one of the key things about the Terra decks is that they are quite hard to answer because of the War 2 and because of the size. The Grixis deck has Attracting Confession, it has the Red Blast, it has the Croclap Shaman with Toxic Analysis. Very hard to get through. Congratulations, Nikolaj. We will come back pretty soon.
You could, there's not
Okay, I use. This, both of them get it, so this one doesn't.
Denk ik nog nooit zo sterk bij zitten sturen. Ja, ik zag die mental notes zag ik in de main, tweede mental note op de main page. Had je brainstorm in je hand of niet? Ja.
Maar toen hij Toxic Analysis speelde op zijn partner,
Ja.
toen had ik nog wel echoing devs. Dus ik kon gewoon een guy bouwen. Ik kon een guy bouwen. Maar ik zei alsjeblieft. En toen dacht ik, shit, die spec die gewoon nog een layer bovenop en dan ben ik ook nog.
Ja.
Dus ik had één keer te snel wel ja spoed gezet, maar ik dacht ik hou het niet moeilijk in. Gewoon slechte play, ik ga niet kijken.
Ja, die terror was ook, die terror
Ik dacht daar, ik dacht, mijn hand was ook allemaal dash, 0 terror.
Ja. Ik zei, als je de terror van je pakt inderdaad. Ik vind de terror ik heb dat voor je doen. I want to interview you.
That's not your kind. I know I'm that good. I made a lot of mistakes.
Should I do an interview or should I do it after round 4 when the winner of the entire event is here?
That's three. With this one,
You don't want to grab return.
I would like.
Ik ga jou interviewen.
Hij gaat mij interviewen. Ik kan beter hem interviewen. Dat is normaal netter om de winnaar van de 4 dagen.
Het soort bij de persparten wordt knock-out, hè? Weet je wat ze soms gaan doen? Als degene die wordt knocked-out, die gaat dan interviewen. Die heeft een hersenschudding gedaan en dan...
Ja, dat is bij Kickback Show. Dat is echt. Ik bijvoorbeeld was ook.
Ja.
Hij had ingegeven. En oprecht 5 seconden later had ik hem.
Maar die keer dat die is nog een beetje...
Hij stond nog in de ring, hè? De scheidsrechter heeft gezegd, hij kan niet meer vechten, hij moet meer stoppen. En 5 seconden later kom ik met de camera op nemen. Ik ga echt niet.
Ga je laten letten, dan ga je niet.
Yeah, I do. It's probably what you do. You pick up like 3, 4 parts.
I'm gonna be at, what would that be? They get 28. We got offered that for the first time. You wanna play and do it over again? It's like it's casual game. So next round, because there, I think there are 2 points. So next round, because there are 2 points. You go up, so you get a game, and you get a whole game, essentially. And you go up to, and you go, so you have to process the game, and just get an odd number of people, and you are able to see where the value is. So you can choose what you want to do. You can also choose to stay over here, and you don't have that bonus here, and you can make beginners, but they're also still not. And then they need a third player to see out of their front. So that would be the neatest one. So you can play drawn, you can play that, they're all playing standard.
Oh, okay.
That's the only one.
Okay. But it's, okay, right, words exactly the same. Or they say that's I
People wants to go to the big night, it's you get one on that. This might not have been.
Yeah.
But then.
It's truly the minutes.
Ja, klopt. Oké. Maar hij is zeer vrij aan de voor Noord.
I'm gonna go for.
En dat ik het hier bij ook in de tweede keer van. Oké. Nou, maar wel nog even. Al,
Nee, nee, Iets en iets synergisch. Eén tegen
Ja, dan moet je aan denken dat dit gaat dit kan. Ik ga meteen van het steun moeten gebruiken. Ja. Hoe ga ik dat als eerste keer vinden?
ik van mijn foto's en dan wil ik nog heel laatste soort van een feature van die whatever.
Okay, great.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner of round number 3, Nikolai. Welcome, Nikolai. Congratulations with your win.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So you decided to play Grixis Affinity today.
Yes.
What makes you pick this deck?
The thing is, like, I already had the shell because I used to play Attack Affinity, like when it was still legal.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, recently I had a bit of a crisis because the decks I was playing before were kind of either lacking or out of meta. So I decided to just go back to Affinity, seeing that it had good results. Net deck at least, and tried it in last tournament, and it's a winning deck list.
Yeah, the Grixis Affinity, the Affinity decks have been around for a long time. Grixis Affinity has been topped up for quite a while as well. Not necessarily maybe the best deck in the format, but very close to at least the top 3/top 5.
Yeah.
What did you think about the matchup between you and the Mono Blue tournament?
The thing is, like, I've played against Tether multiple times already, so it's a known quantity for me. It just, I mean, I didn't really know at first how to approach it, but then I just felt like just taking the blast and the sacrifice,
Yeah.
collect evidence.
Yeah, we saw an effective confession. We saw the Pyroblast and the Red Elemental Blast right there. From our perspective, it did seem that the Infinity deck has a late game. But if the blue decks would be able to get off a quick start, it would be something that the Infinity deck needs to deal with. Would that also be something that you felt during your matches with the
Like the early game.
Yeah, the early game being
Yeah.
very key
I mean, yes.
in holding them back.
I mean, especially it was in game 2 that, like, I had to quickly deal with one of the serpents because, yeah, the clock was on and I just needed to act quickly. Luckily, I had the synergy, the bot wave synergy already in my hand. I just needed to draw a red land, so
Yeah.
so I got lucky with drawing the Gratefulness.
Yes.
Also in game 1, like with that Velvet, like, I also knew that I just needed to get rid of it as fast as possible to just so that I could just go and start attacking with my stuff.
Yeah, we see a few new additions in the Affinity deck, mainly the Ultra Monitor.
Yes.
What did you think about that card? Because that
I
one,
mean, before that, I mean, I wasn't really keeping track, but I guess it's a strictly better version. There was this one squid with flying that wasn't like, yeah, but yeah. But
Yeah.
it's a definitely an interesting addition, like especially the fact that it's still an artifact.
yeah, we saw the Ultra Monitor doing a lot of work in terms of holding back the Delver when needed, but also going sideways and going for the front after the board has cleared. In the cyber matchup, we saw a lot of steel sabotages against the
Yeah.
Arrow Blast. Was it something that how did you approach the sideboarding against?
I mean, I just like the thing with my sideboard is like 11 of the cards are blasts, both blue and red, so there's not that much variety. Just take that and maybe take some of the supporting cards like Executive Confession. Yes, so I and in terms of boarding out, I took out the first thing I thought was the also a new card, the one that taps when it enters or leaves, it taps it and
Yeah, the Sewer Brilliance Camp was also
Yes.
something.
yes. And other than that, I felt like since I already had I brought really good answers, I could take one of the Toxin Analysis and Shaman packages, and also I took out the equipment, Black Rod Mage, because I also felt it would be too slow. Although it's probably if the game would get grindy in case they had the guy that makes the flyers, it could have been useful to just check the last points of damage.
Yeah, what I saw was I thought the Galvanic Dust would also probably come out because they don't kill
Yeah.
the terrorists.
I
but they
took one of them out because I still thought that he would still keep the Delvins.
So that also makes sense. You're 3-0 now. Which matchup did you have in the day today?
Yeah. First matchup was it was against Red Madness. And yeah. Yeah, I mean, my opponent was my friend, but the thing is, like, he's new to 60 cards constructed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just tried to stick to my game plan and just destroy his enablers.
Yeah.
Except his enablers. Yeah. My second game was against TJ, who played Spy combo.
Yeah.
Which I was aware of the deck, but I didn't have the opportunity to play against it. The only thing that I was keeping track of was that Dread Return required 3 creatures to be enabled.
Yeah.
So for game 1, I was just trying to keep the count, low, and I think they was able to kill damage. Second game, not really wide, and also exiled one of my lands early. But I was my hand was really strong with a lot of creatures with both the black ones, which is it's familiars and mid enforcers. So I was able to just push damage at some point.
Yeah, a lot of ability to grind the deck. 3-0, you will be being in the finals. That will also mean that you will be likely once again in the feature match area. Anything that you would like to say before I let you go?
I don't know.
Then I wish you the best of luck, and
Thank you very
I'll
much.
see you in round number 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with round number 4 very soon. Stay tuned.
Oh, I didn't know they say that.
Yeah.
But
again, I have a problem.
We made it. Oh, Ja, maar Hey,
that's the other day. It's the way
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, so
Or I would just start to fix one on, but I believe I turned up here. I believe that. I mean, that's a lot of third. But there's a certain number of owners. You kind of do it there, you get a little bit more credit. And it's not, it's fine, it's fine. I was gonna put it like, yeah. People come to you, like, it's like, it's brutal, and, it's not as, there's no, to be on the other there, but like, I just feel like they have to. Yeah, because the guy was going to take that, let's keep them in the round days, and it's the light part, of the part, it's started, and now it came from the round, like, they read about that, yeah, or different, it used to be close, they are all, I made up a call, I got, well, it's like they say, yeah, if I'm told that, I'll do it. Please don't have the line, okay, if you don't get to the month. Yeah, very like, so that picture. The two part of the man quality part of it. Yeah, I did say you will.
Oh, dingen, zoals deze betekenen gewoon een aanvallen. Dus krijg statement like, how do you
This is
we don't know, waarschijnlijk maar het is ruimte is waar het belangrijk is, dus ja, dat zijn
Because I've already drawn that and I already drawn that. Okay, I mean, like, people like, I mean, if I draw my grade, good, I don't take I have gone through this one. After all, if you like, it's not really nice, I don't know. It's not like this. That goes to like overcome that number three. And also you might. Yeah. Okay. This is just something that this is good to something like that. With the interface of corporal actions in ourselves, you know, that's ready to come on, try to do the so, okay, it enters that in that. Okay, I didn't. Hey, waar moet je wat ik niet moet gaan. what I, you know, the empire, you know, like, he's not, that I'm playing again. Yeah, when you look at the job, yes, like, you're not allowed to fight for an hour again. Oh, yeah, that's a little while. Are you playing like this for how are you working? I believe basically playing the same that's fine. I can deal with black here. Are you small like this? Okay. Good to know. I do care about it too. It does fit, sure, but I didn't ever get like. That's China. Effectively for the one. We're like years. Before this, we had like that. Like we tried to both. Hey, that's like. I think those will find out. So I just, I heard everything. Yeah, so I have to go first, pull out, even quickly. The lights on third one. You're willing to get rid of. Oh, you know.
So as you may have already noticed, I had a little bit of a premature shot with the pairings. It may be on the WhatsApp right now, it looks, you know, like, oh, look, I forgot to get looks, you know, it happens, you know, sometimes it's prematurely stuff out. And yeah, shit, you know, I've been saw most of the time. Yeah, I accidentally clicked send. Oops. Anyways, for the feature match and the final match tonight, can we give a warm welcome to feature match, actually people who already done this before, Eagle Eye and also Mateus. Like, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Hey, so I'll figure out. I think we'll figure out prices later. Since we're not having 5 rounds going, it would very much send all of the prizes to a small group of people. So I'm gonna try to see if we can figure out a better way to evenly distribute it. So the original one was for the first 5 places was 2 packs for all of them except for first gets third, and then all of the non-pack prizes get distributed amongst them. So yeah, all standings will come out for that. You have 50 minutes for the next round. Pairings are already on their phone. Good luck. Have fun. You'll have fun. Yeah. Okay. I answered my question. Yeah.
The first one going out.
Great for one of the main that I get paid. Everyone's they're very Well, we're pretty good, but we have, what the drawback is, my house is not good, but. Yeah, we put that in the house.
Thank you.
Sorry, you know, I have to talk. Then they go on the radio tracking and the on there.
Yeah. Over to this whole cloud.
Oh, I think a good smell, like something that the clothes are
Yeah, maybe like up this one. Because I could run with people. So I could like play, and I was like, yeah, good hand starts. And then I just whipped on getting spawns.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our fourth and final round. It will be two people that you are already familiar with. It will be in the left-hand side, Matthaus with the Mono Red Madness deck against the Grixis Affinity deck from Mikolai. I think the Mono Red deck might have a little bit of a. I'm sorry, the Affinity deck on the left side from Mikolai and the Red Madness deck from Matthaus in the red side and the right side right there. I think the Mono Red aggro deck might have a little bit of an advantage right here because it gets because the Grixis Affinity gets a little bit takes a little bit of time to get going. But we see no turnaround play and a turnaround play for a very good turnaround play, even in Nine of Spellbomb to prevent all the sneaky snackers from coming in. Grab the prize, we're already going to deal some damage. Let's see what he wants to discard. He wants to discard a Lava Dart, dealing 2 damage right there and getting something in the graveyard that he can cost. Now at 18. We'll see what the follow-up play is going to be. There is room for Ultramon, and we're going to see Ultramon is right there. Free for 2 mana in this case. That's a very good rate. And now we will see a Faithless Looting coming in. Still that Spell Bomb onto the field, so you don't want to overextend right here. Let's see what he discards. He discards a Highway Robbery and a Mountain, not cards that you really want to discard. So maybe not a lot of gas in the hand. And we don't see any other play. So right now the Ultra Monitor is going to crash in for some damage. Not cost, then cost for 1 mana indeed, like the 4 artifacts on the field. And the Grixis Affinity deck seems to have weathered the storm a little bit. Eco Wellspring gets down. From a card of Galvanic Blast, good draw against stuff like against all the creatures that they might have. Is that Lightning Bolt? Yes, there's a Lightning Bolt for the monitor. So it doesn't crash in for damage. But quite a good setup for the Affinity player right here. Just a lot of dance. Another grab price. We see Fiery Temper. That is a good combination. Very slowly withering the life total. The two grab prizes already dealing 4 damage in total. Fiery Temper dealing 3 damage down to 13 with no creature. So I would imagine a gun snipe or something like that coming down next turn. Another Ichor Wellspring. Now, that's a lot of Ichor Wellsprings and not a lot of action. So I do get a little bit concerned for the offensive player. Rockland Shaman, pretty okay here. But still no Mirrored Forces, no other Ultra Monitors, no Refurbished Familiars even. Getting played. A 5th land, not what you want to see right now. But we get another grab the price. This card, the Sneaky Snacker. This would be the time to really pop the. But he does not opt to pop. He wants to keep that Nihil Spellbomb in. So the Sneaky Snackers, the one Sneaky Snacker will go into the field. I am surprised by that, but he wants to get the black mana in to draw a card. He still doesn't have black mana. He has, yes, the grand price hit him down to 11. So even though the start is a little bit slower for the Red Madness deck, Affinity, after a pretty good start with the turn to Ultra Monitor, doesn't hit his land drops very well. You see Mirror Forcer, that is a lot more pressure, another one. So this is ending Galvanic Blast for the Sneaky Snacker. I'm not sure whether or not you want to do that right there. Okay, yeah, he wants to get rid of the Sneaky Snacker permanently. I don't think that was necessarily the best play. You probably should have just popped it immediately when the trigger was on the stack. Save the Galvanic Blast, because that represents 4 damage as well. And if you look at the field right here, that 9 damage on the field, that's not a 2-turn clock. With a Galvanic Blast, it would have been a 6th land, not what you want to see. Fiery Temper to the face, so no casting Fire Breather. Another Lightning Bolt to the face, and now it's getting dangerous. 5 damage, that would be another cash to grab the price or something like that, or just simply 2 Lightning Bolts. So, Sewer Surveillance Camp coming down. That one doesn't necessarily do much here. So I think Mikolai might be regretting spending that Galvanic Blast rather than just popping the Nihil Spellbomb. Attacks it for 9, goes down to 10. So, all right, there is the 2-turn clock confirmed. Ultra Monitor with it. A Counter Snipe right there. There is no Lava Dart anymore. But I think that's a concession. If I'm correct, that is a concession because there is nothing to follow up with that Gutter Snipe. Any Lightning Bolt would have done it. Even the Fiery Temple would have done it, but that was not enough. Perhaps he should have used the Lava Dart, but maybe but that would not have done much more. So that is already game number 1. Very, very quick game. Usually Affinity taking a little bit more time, but having the 2 Mirror Forces really helps speeding up the clock and getting things going. So let's see the deck list right here in the sideboard for the for Matthias and Among the Red Madness. It's 4 Pyroblast, 3 Relic of Progenitus, 2 Steering Blaze, 3 Smash of Smithereens, 3 End of End 50. So I think you want to have the Smash in, of course, drawing artifacts. You could argue for something like a Steering Blaze, perhaps, to kill the Ultra Monitor. And maybe even a Pyroblast, but I don't think we want to have too many of them. It would mainly be for... No, I don't think you want them, actually. Maybe for opposing blue elemental blast, but you could think about boarding in 1 or 2. So at the other side, what we see here is we already have seen this one before, but right here, what we see in the sideboard: two extracted confession, one unexpected thanks, one prop and shaman, three hydroblast, three blue elemental blast, four pyroblast, and one red elemental blast. Now there are six hydroblast essentially, and all six would probably go in. The unexpected thanks, a very good card here. If you are able to slap that one onto an ultra monitor or a mirror enforcer and just gain 4 or 5 life every single turn, that would put yourself out of reach from the mono red madness deck. So those one would probably come in. What would go out? Would maybe some of the slower cards, maybe the prop dash shaman toxin analysis combination, something like that. That may run could be something that comes out. Maybe a blood fountain or something. Because that's just a little bit too slow here. And the house will be on the play. So that would be an advantage for him. Let's see whether or not he wants to keep the 7. I see a fiery temper. I see you got a sniper, I believe. And I don't see money lands. So that one will go away. At the left hand side, I think I see one land at least. Maybe 2. I saw a one of the blue blast. I saw a mirror force, I believe. Pretty good hand if we have 2 lands.
So the main reason why I go because I go up to that's just because you're the only thing that have it. Whatever it is, you know, in there, probably my one property out of there to direct. In general, I think around €1,000 where and it didn't even go to get back. It's actually going to I was like, what am I gonna do with that for money? And I was like, look, I want to do something that's called my game. So I put around banking or side.
We are getting things going. Both going land go. Which is the advantage of defensive player, I think. Lightning bolt, and there is no second land. Ooh, that's very bad. That's very bad for the red madness player. That means a lot of gas in the hand, but straight up nothing to straight up no lands to play them. Equal Wellspring coming down. I see another blue elemental blast. This is going down very fast. There's going to be a second land that has a fire breather, but yeah, there's a pyroblast in the hand. I mean the blue blast in the hand, so probably want to kill that one. So that. He uses the Galvanic Blast for it, which is even better. You can keep the Blue Blast for any other relevant spell. Whether he wants to play another Wellspring? No, he plays a monitor and keep the Blue Blast. He doesn't have the Blue Blast in hand right now. He does have it in hand, but he doesn't have the mana to cost it. So still, there's no third land, but I do think that's a grab the price. So that is at least a way in order to search. And then there's technical analysis, so it gets Death Touch is life link, but it's mainly for the blue apparently. He wanted to draw another land. He's going to pop the blue already. Yeah. Oh my god. That's such a misplay. He tried to destroy the indestructible bridge. He doesn't get that, of course. He does get 3 damage in, but that's not the result that he wanted to see. He probably wants to have that bridge to be gone. Those bridges being indestructible really being key, not being able to be destroyed. And now we see an Ultra Monitor coming down, another Mirror Forcer. Well, this game is going downhill really, really fast. And I don't think there is any way for the red deck to recover from this one. If the Smash Smithereens went to the intro monitor, maybe there is a way. But yeah, they're an epicure, but that's not gonna do anything. And even on freelance, the Infinity deck is able to just lay it out. It has a few blue blasts in hand to really stop any kind of thing going on. There's no blue mana though. That's something, but I see two Galvanic Blasts, I believe. I would straight up just attack. Will he block? And no, he would just take 10. Two red blasts is enough. And yeah, that's it. That's the game. We have a champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a champion. Mikolai with Grixis Affinity took this one down in an anticlimactic way. 2-0 in this game. And 4-0 overall. Mikolai, I'm not sure if he has even lost a game today. But he has been crushing it onto the feature match area, and we will get him down for a final interview. Congratulations to him. He played very well with a very good and also very classic deck. We see all those Hydroblasts coming out. Still a good run for Matthaus. I think he's 3-1. So a little bit of a misfortune right there at the end doing the Smash Smithereens. Even though I don't necessarily think it matters a lot, and missing the second land drop was definitely something that really sealed the game already at turn 2, because even though the Affinity player didn't have more than 3 lands, that was more than enough with the Ultra Monitor, with the Mirror Enforcer in hand to end the game. Well played right there. We will come back one more time for a final interview after this. We'll see you then.
And you got to put some problem about ready to work at least 10 euro. So that includes the old code fast. But I'm having to
For example, the reason why there's why for example, he asks for free as well. Active to the outbreak for acts are all that matters. So I don't expect the value of every single item. The company value of the after the but I'm not gonna say that's a lot of you still need to learn like this one, this one, this one, and this one from those two companies. The either these are from the house. All right. Go ahead. These are all of them sets, say that except for it's fine. It's not that. You know, even get very little structure. Yeah.
Okay. But I don't know it. I actually get, for that one, I put a job like for money. But it's like,
Yeah.
Putting up with the other things. We already start putting up, those are hard. The more important things in your book on that.
Like I'm gonna on
Considering investing where.